The Old Farm Where Time Grew Still. Chapter 1. The House That Breathed with Ivy. The farmhouse stood at the end of a long dirt road that nobody traveled anymore. Wild grasses grew down its center, swaying gently whenever the wind moved through the valley. The house itself was gray, the weathered gray of wood that has known many seasons, many rains, many winters. Morning came slowly to the valley. The sun rose behind the eastern hills, touching first the highest branches of the oak trees, then gradually spreading its pale light across the overgrown fields. Vines had grown up the walls, thick green ivy that moved almost imperceptibly as the day warmed, leaves turning toward whatever sunlight they could find. Inside, dust floated through the air in the front hallway. The door hung slightly open, had hung open for so long that small birds now flew in and out without hesitation. They had built nests in the upper corners of the rooms, carrying in twigs and dried grass, adding to them each spring, though the winters sometimes destroyed their work. They would return and build again. This was their rhythm. The kitchen faced east, and so it caught the morning light best. The window above the sink had lost several panes of glass, and through these openings, morning glories had pushed their way inside. They climbed along the wall, their trumpet-shaped flowers opening each dawn, closing each afternoon. The sink itself was stained with rust where water had once dripped from the faucet, though the water had stopped flowing long ago. Now the basin collected only rainwater when storms came, and small insects would drink from it, then fly away. A wooden table still stood in the center of the kitchen. Its surface was covered with a fine layer of dust and scattered leaves that had blown in through the broken windows. Someone had left a cup on the table, and over the years, moss had begun to grow inside it, soft and green and damp. The chair beside the table had tipped over at some point, perhaps in a strong wind, and there it remained, on its side, slowly becoming part of the floor as moisture worked its way into the wood. Time moved differently here. There were no clocks, no calendars, no one counting the days as they passed. There was only the light moving across the walls, the shadows shifting as the sun traveled overhead, the gradual changes that came with each season. In this way, one day was very much like another, and that was exactly how it should be. The farmhouse had 3 rooms downstairs and 2 rooms upstairs. Each room had its own quality of light, its own particular way of holding the day. The living room, which faced south, stayed warm longest in the afternoon. Here, a couch sat against the wall, its fabric faded to the color of old paper. Something had made a home inside the couch, perhaps mice or chipmunks, and small pathways of disturbed dust showed where they traveled from the couch to the baseboards and back again. Upstairs, the floorboards creaked even when no one walked upon them. The house settled, they said, or perhaps it was the weight of the air, or the old wood expanding and contracting with temperature, or something else entirely. Whatever the cause, the sounds came regularly, like breathing, like the house was alive in its own quiet way. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, wallpaper peeled from the walls in long, curling strips. The pattern had once been flowers, roses, perhaps, or peonies, but the colors had faded until only their ghosts remained, pale suggestions of petals and stems. Beneath the wallpaper, the plaster showed through, crumbling in places where moisture had worked its way between the walls. And through these gaps, insects came and went, making their small passages, living their small lives. The other bedroom had a window that looked out over what had once been the vegetable garden. The glass in this window remained intact, though it was so dirty that the view had become dreamlike, softened, as if seen through water. Someone standing at this window could still make out the shape of the garden below, could see where rows had once been planted, could trace the outline of a fence that had long since fallen into tall weeds. The days passed. Each morning the sun rose, and each evening it set. The birds sang in the early hours, then grew quiet in the heat of midday, then sang again as shadows lengthened. Rain came sometimes, arriving as a gradual darkening of the sky, then as the first drops tapping against the roof and windows. During these times, the house seemed to draw inward, to become more itself somehow. Water found its way through the broken windows, through cracks in the roof, dripping down into basins and bowls that had been left behind, making soft, hollow sounds that echoed through the empty rooms. The ivy on the walls grew greener, brighter, as if the rain had given it new life. And perhaps it had. On the south side of the house, a porch wrapped around toward the back. The porch floor was made of wide wooden planks, and these planks had warped over time, creating gentle hills and valleys. In the low spots, water collected after rains, forming shallow puddles that reflected the sky until they evaporated away. The porch railing had broken in places, and through these gaps, saplings had begun to grow, their roots working down between the planks, seeking the earth below. 2 rocking chairs sat on the porch, facing out toward the fields. They no longer rocked. Moisture and age had seized their joints, but they remained, side by side, as if waiting for someone to return and sit in them once more. Spiders had woven webs between the chair's slats, complex geometric patterns that caught the morning dew and sparkled when the light was right. These webs were rebuilt each night after being damaged during the day, the spiders working in darkness, following ancient patterns. Beyond the porch, the land sloped gently downward toward a creek. The creek ran year-round, fed by springs higher in the hills, and its constant murmur provided a sound that was always present, though easy to forget, the way one forgets the sound of one's own breathing. Trees grew thickly along the creek banks, willows and sycamores, and their roots had grown exposed where the water had worn away the soil, creating strange shapes, like frozen dancers or reaching hands. The fields that stretched out from the house had once been cultivated. Corn had grown there, and hay and soybeans. But those days were gone, and the fields had returned to what they had been before the farm existed. Now they were meadows, full of wildflowers in spring and summer, black-eyed Susans and purple coneflowers and Queen Anne's lace. These flowers had not been planted. They had simply arrived, their seeds carried by wind or birds or the coats of passing animals, and finding the conditions suitable, they had taken root. Butterflies moved through these meadows, drifting from flower to flower. Monarch butterflies in late summer, their orange and black wings vivid against the green stems. Swallowtails, pale yellow, moving like pieces of sunlight. Small white butterflies whose names nobody knew because there was nobody there to name them. They came, They fed, they laid their eggs, and in time, new butterflies emerged to continue the pattern. The barn stood 50 yards from the house, a dark red structure that had weathered better than might be expected. Its roof remained mostly intact, though some shingles had blown away, leaving gaps where rain could enter. The barn doors had hung open for years, and the interior was dim even at midday, filled with the smell of old hay and dry wood and the musk of the animals that sometimes sheltered there. Swallows had built their nests under the barn's eaves, dozens of them, mud-daubed cups attached to the beams. The birds returned each spring, the same birds, or their children, or their children's children. Who could say? They swooped in and out of the barn all day long, calling to each other in high, clear voices, catching insects on the wing. In the evening, they would settle into their nests, and their chirping would gradually quiet as darkness came. Inside the barn, hay still filled some of the loft, though it had turned dusty and gray with age. The loft floor was made of rough planks with gaps between them, and through these gaps, light fell in straight beams, illuminating the dust that hung suspended in the air. These beams of light moved across the barn floor as the day progressed, marking time in their own silent way. Old tools hung on the barn walls or leaned in corners. A pitchfork, its handle smooth from years of use. A scythe with a curved blade, rusting now. A collection of rakes and hoes and spades. Some had fallen over and lay on the floor, slowly being covered by dust and bits of hay and the droppings of the animals that passed through. But some still hung in their places, as if waiting to be used again, though that time would not come. There had been stalls in the barn once, places for horses or cows, with wooden partitions and metal rings where ropes could be tied. The partitions remained, but the rings had rusted, and some had broken free from the wood. In one stall, a family of raccoons had made their den, bringing in leaves and soft materials to make a bed. They slept during the day and emerged at dusk, their eyes catching what little light remained as they set out to forage in the fields and along the creek. The farm had other buildings too, smaller structures scattered around the property. A chicken coop with wire mesh walls, the wire now broken in places, the whole structure leaning to one side as if tired. A smokehouse, dark inside, its door hanging by a single hinge. A shed that had once held tools, or perhaps a tractor, now empty except for the mice that nested in its corners. Each building had its own way of aging, its own pace of return to the earth. Between the buildings, paths had once been worn by feet and wheels, but these paths were fading. Grass grew over them, clover and dandelions. Only in certain places, where stones had been laid, could you still see where people had walked. At the edge of the property, an old fence marked the boundary. Many posts had rotted at their base and fallen over, and where they lay, vines had grown over them. The barbed wire sagged between the remaining posts, rusting, breaking, until in some places it had fallen to the ground entirely. Birds perched on this fence, or on what remained of it. They sang their songs, territorial claims, or mating calls. The songs overlapped and wove together, creating a texture of sound that was as much a part of the farm as the buildings or the fields. Evening arrived gradually, the way it always did. The sun lowered toward the western horizon, and the light changed from white to gold to orange to red. Shadows stretched across the fields, growing longer and longer until they merged with each other and with the gathering darkness. The air cooled. A breeze picked up, moving through the trees, through the broken windows of the farmhouse, stirring the curtains that still hung in one upstairs room, threadbare and pale as moth wings. As darkness came, the crickets began to sing. Fireflies appeared in the meadow, drifting like small stars that had fallen to earth. They blinked on and off, each following its own rhythm. The house settled into night. The rooms grew dark, except where moonlight fell through windows, creating pale rectangles on the floors. In these rectangles, dust motes could still be seen, drifting, never still, moved by currents of air too slight to feel. The sounds of the day faded. The birds fell silent. The insects in the walls grew still and were replaced by the sounds of night. An owl calling from the woods, the creek murmuring in its bed, the wind moving through the trees, a sound like breathing, like whispering, like time itself passing. And in this way, the day ended, as days always ended, not with any sense of finality, but simply with darkness coming, with rest, with the quiet waiting for morning to begin again. The farm had no awareness of this pattern, no memory of one day to the next, but the pattern continued regardless, reliable as gravity, as the turning of the earth, as the slow work of nature reclaiming what had once been taken from it. Chapter 2, where seasons came and went. Spring arrived, though there was no single moment when it could be said to begin. Rather, it came gradually, as a possibility that became a likelihood that became a certainty. The earth softened first, thawing from its winter freeze, becoming pliable again, receptive. The creek swelled with snow melt from the hills, its water running faster, louder, carrying bits of leaf and stick downstream. Ice that had formed along its edges melted, and the sound of dripping became constant, everywhere, as if the whole farm were slowly liquefying. In the meadows around the farmhouse, the first green appeared, not dramatically, not all at once, but as a faint haze of color beneath the dead brown stems of last year's growth. This green brightened day by day, fed by rain that fell more frequently now, gentle rains that lasted hours, soaking into the ground, filling the water table, giving life back to roots that had waited through the cold months. The trees began to change. Buds appeared on their branches, tight and closed at first, then swelling, then finally opening into leaves that were so tender and new that they seemed to glow when backlit by the sun. The willows by the creek were first, their leaves a pale yellow-green, hanging like curtains. Then the oaks, slower, more deliberate, putting out leaves that were small and tentative, as if testing the air before committing fully to the season. Birds returned from wherever they had gone. Their arrival was not announced, but one morning they were simply there, in greater numbers than had been present the day before. They flew from branch to branch, calling out, claiming territories, building nests. The barn swallows returned to their mud nests under the barn eaves, inspecting the structures, repairing damage, adding new mud where needed. They worked with urgency, knowing somehow that time was limited, that eggs would need to be laid, chicks raised, all before summer reached its peak. In the farmhouse, change came slowly. Water from spring rains found new paths through the broken roof, dripping down walls. The morning glories that had climbed into the kitchen bloomed more abundantly now, their flowers opening each dawn in shades of purple and blue. A family of mice that had sheltered in the walls during winter emerged into the warmer days. They scurried across floors, along baseboards, gathering materials for nests. Their presence could be detected by the faint scratching sounds they made, by the small droppings they left behind, by the bits of chewed paper and fabric they carried to hidden spaces. They were not alone. Insects became more active with the warmth. Spiders, beetles, ants, each going about their small business, each playing some role in the farm's ecosystem. The upstairs bedroom with the intact window caught the spring light beautifully. The dirty glass softened the view but did not obscure it entirely. From this window, one could see the meadow beginning to fill with wildflowers. First came the violets, small and purple, clustered low to the ground. Then the dandelions, bright yellow dots scattered across the green. Then others, gradually, a slow accumulation of color as different species bloomed in succession. The vegetable garden below the window had been completely overtaken. No trace remained of the rows that had once been planted there. No sign of the careful organization that had existed. Instead, it was now indistinguishable from the surrounding meadow, full of the same wild grasses and flowers. Yet the soil there was still richer, darker, from years of cultivation, and the plants that grew there seemed lusher, taller, as if they retained some memory of being tended. Days lengthened. The sun rose earlier and set later, giving more hours of light for growth, for activity, for the work of living. The farmhouse warmed during the day and cooled at night, its wood expanding and contracting, producing soft sounds like sighs or whispers. The ivy on the walls grew vigorously, sending out new tendrils that reached across windows, that climbed higher toward the roof, that spread sideways along the walls, gradually covering more and more of the gray weathered wood. Rain came often in spring, sometimes as gentle mists that hung in the air, sometimes as showers that arrived suddenly, then passing just as quickly, and sometimes as steady rains that lasted a day or more, turning the sky gray, filling the creek until it ran brown with silt. During these rains, the porch became a different place. Water ran off the roof in streams, creating curtains that enclosed the space, making it feel separate from the rest of the world. The rocking chairs grew dark with moisture. The puddles on the warped floorboards deepened and spread, and the sound was everywhere, surrounding, a constant white noise that made thought seem distant and unimportant. The barn changed with spring too. More light entered through the gaps in the roof where shingles had blown away, and this light illuminated the dust and hay particles floating in the air, making them visible as thousands of tiny specks, each one drifting on invisible currents. The swallows became more vocal, their chirping echoing in the barn's interior, combining with the sounds of their wings as they swooped in and out through the open doors. In the barn's loft, the old hay began to shift and settle as mice and rats moved through it, creating tunnels and chambers. Sometimes a snake would climb up into the loft, drawn by the presence of rodents, and would wait coiled in the darkness, patient, motionless, until movement nearby triggered its strike. This was the way of things, neither cruel nor kind. Simply the pattern of life feeding on life, of existence continuing. Outside the barn, the meadow grasses grew taller. They were still young and tender, bending easily in the wind, creating waves of movement across the field when breezes passed through. The butterflies returned, more of them now, attracted by the increasing number of flowers. They drifted slowly, seemingly without purpose, though each movement had its reason, each landing its intention. They fed, they rested, they searched for mates, and they laid eggs on the undersides of leaves, then moved on. The old tools hanging on the barn walls developed a patina of rust and dust. The wooden handles dried and cracked in some places, smoothed and polished by years of hands in others. No one touched them now. They simply hung there, becoming artifacts, becoming part of the barn itself rather than separate objects within it. Small spiders built webs between the tools and the wall, and these webs caught dust and gave the whole scene a soft, blurred quality. As spring progressed towards summer, the temperature rose gradually. The cool mornings became merely mild, and the mild afternoons became warm. The creek's flow decreased as the last of the snowmelt passed through, and the water became clearer, revealing the stones on its bottom, the small fish that darted between them. Turtles appeared, climbing out onto rocks and fallen logs to sun themselves, their shells drying in the warmth. The wildflowers in the meadow changed as different species bloomed and faded. The violets and dandelions gave way to taller plants, coneflowers and black-eyed Susans and wild bergamot. Bees appeared in greater numbers now, moving from flower to flower with purpose. In the farmhouse, the rhythm of light and shadow continued its daily progression. Morning light through the eastern windows, afternoon light through the southern ones, evening light through the west. Each room had its own character at different times of day. The living room glowed warmly in late afternoon. The kitchen was brightest at dawn. The upstairs bedroom with the dirty window became golden just before sunset, the dusty glass diffusing the light into something soft and dreamlike. The wallpaper in the other upstairs bedroom continued to peel. More strips curled away from the wall, revealing the plaster beneath, revealing the layers of history. Other wallpapers that had been applied years earlier, now just fragments and stains. In some places, holes had opened in the plaster, and through these holes, one could see the wooden lath behind it, and between the lath, the darkness of the wall cavity where insects lived their hidden lives. Spring birds nested everywhere on the property. In the barn, in the outbuildings, in the trees, in the hedgerows that had once marked field boundaries. Each pair worked diligently, gathering materials, building with instinct and precision. They laid eggs, blue or brown or speckled. They sat on these eggs, warming them, turning them, waiting for the tapping from within that would signal new life. And when the chicks hatched, the parents worked even harder, bringing food constantly, responding to the open mouths and demanding calls of their young. The farm was full of life now, more than at any other season. Not just the obvious life of birds and insects and mammals, but also the quieter life of plants growing, of microorganisms in the soil breaking down organic matter, of fungi spreading their networks through rotting wood, of mosses and lichens expanding slowly on the north sides of trees. All of it connected, all of it interdependent, all of it part of a system that continued whether anyone watched or not. As spring moved toward summer, the young plants in the meadow matured. Their stems thickened, their leaves darkened, their roots pushed deeper into the soil. The fields became denser, harder to walk through, the vegetation forming a thick mat that supported countless small creatures, grasshoppers and crickets, beetles and spiders, caterpillars and aphids. These insects fed on the plants, and in turn, they were fed upon by birds, by other insects, by spiders, maintaining a balance that shifted but never broke entirely. The fence posts at the property's edge, those that still stood, became perches for birds. They would land there, survey the meadow, then drop down to catch an insect or pick up a seed before returning to their perch. The barbed wire, where it still stretched between posts, sometimes caught feathers or bits of fur from animals that had passed too close. These remnants hung there until wind or rain dislodged them, small markers of encounters that no one had witnessed. Evening continued to come at its gradual pace, taking longer now as the days stretched out. The sun set later, and twilight lingered, a long blue hour when the light softened everything, when the harsh distinctions of day blurred into gentler gradations. The fireflies appeared again, more of them than in early spring, filling the meadow with their blinking lights, creating a spectacle that would have been beautiful if there had been anyone there to find it beautiful. But there was no one. The farm existed without observers, without anyone to mark the changes, to note the progression of seasons, to find meaning in the patterns. It simply was. The house stood, the barn stood, the fields grew wild, and life continued in all its forms. Time passed, and each day was full of small events. A bird feeding its chicks, a snake catching a mouse, a flower opening, a leaf falling. Each event was complete in itself, needing no larger context, no narrative to contain it. Night came, and with it, the familiar sounds. Crickets chirping, their rhythm constant and hypnotic. The creek murmuring over stones. An owl hooting from the woods, another answering from farther away. The wind moving through the trees, through the broken windows of the farmhouse, through the gaps in the barn walls. And under all of these sounds, silence, the deep silence that existed beneath everything, that would remain when all the sounds had faded, patient and eternal and still. Chapter 3: The Long Days and Their Shadows. Summer settled over the farm like a weight. The air grew thick and warm, holding moisture, making everything feel slower, heavier. The sun rose early into skies that were often clear, bright blue stretching from horizon to horizon without interruption. By mid-morning, heat radiated from the earth, from the buildings, from the very air itself. The farmhouse absorbed this heat, its gray wood warming, expanding, releasing the scent of old timber and dust. Inside the house, the temperature rose through the day. What little air moved did so sluggishly, drifting from room to room, stirring dust but providing no real relief from the warmth. The upstairs rooms became especially hot, the heat rising and accumulating under the roof, where broken shingles let in sunlight but no breeze. The air up there shimmered slightly, making the already dim spaces feel even more dreamlike and distant. The morning glories that had climbed through the kitchen window continued to bloom, but now their flowers opened earlier and closed earlier, retreating from the intensity of midday sun. The leaves showed signs of stress in the afternoon, wilting slightly, though they would recover in the cooler evening. The rust stain in the sink had deepened, and small pools of water that collected there during rains evaporated more quickly now, leaving mineral deposits that built up in crusty white rings. The meadow had reached its full height. Grasses stood tall, their seed heads heavy, bending in whatever breeze managed to stir them. The wildflowers continued their succession. The early spring bloomers had finished and turned to seed, and now it was the turn of late-season flowers. Purple coneflowers stood on thick stems, their petals drooping downward, their dark centers bristling with seeds that birds would eat. Black-eyed Susans dotted the field with bright yellow, and among them, white Queen Anne's lace created a delicate counterpoint. Walking through this meadow, had anyone done so, would have required effort. The vegetation was dense, knee-high in places, waist-high in others. Grasshoppers would have sprung away with each step, sailing through the air on orange or yellow wings before dropping back down into the concealing stems. Spiders had built their webs between plant stalks, and these webs would catch the light in early morning when dew covered them, revealing the complex architecture that remained invisible the rest of the day. The creek had shrunk to its summer level. The snowmelt was long gone, and now only the springs feeding it maintained its flow. The water moved more slowly, creating deeper pools in some places where fish gathered, seeking the coolest spots. The exposed rocks along the creek bed had dried in the sun and turned pale. The willow trees along the banks drooped their branches into the water, creating shaded areas where the temperature dropped several degrees, where insects hovered in clouds, where occasionally a deer would come to drink. In the barn, the heat was oppressive during midday. The swallows spent less time inside, preferring to perch on the roof or in nearby trees until the worst of the heat had passed. Their chicks had fledged now and were learning to fly, to hunt insects on the wing, to survive. Some would not make it. This was always the case, but most would, and they would migrate south when the time came, following routes they had never traveled but somehow knew. The old hay in the barn loft had dried even further, becoming brittle, breaking apart into dust when disturbed. Small particles of it hung in the air constantly, visible in the beams of light that came through the roof gaps, giving the air a golden, hazy quality. The raccoons that denayed in one of the stalls became nocturnal in their habits, sleeping through the hot days, emerging only when darkness and cooler temperatures arrived. The farmhouse porch became a refuge during the worst heat. While it was still warm there, the roof provided shade, and occasionally a breeze would move through, stirred by temperature differences between the shaded porch and the sunny meadow beyond. The two rocking chairs remained motionless in their usual spots. Birds perched on their backs sometimes, leaving small white droppings on the weathered wood. The puddles on the warped floorboards dried completely, leaving only stains and residue. Afternoons were long and slow. The sun seemed to hang motionless in the western sky, taking hours to descend those final degrees toward the horizon. During these hours, Most of the farm's inhabitants sought shelter. The birds fell silent, conserving energy. The butterflies and bees became less active, many finding spots to rest and shade. Even the insects in the grass quieted somewhat, waiting for temperatures to drop. The farmhouse rooms filled with slanted light during these afternoon hours. Dust motes floated in the beams coming through windows, tens of thousands of tiny particles, each one drifting on air currents too subtle to detect otherwise. The light moved across walls, across floors, marking time's passage in the only way that mattered here. Through the changing position of the sun, through the shifting of shadows from one side of a room to the other. In the upstairs bedroom with the dirty window, the view of the meadow wavered in the heat. The glass, already blurred by years of accumulated grime, distorted things further, making the wildflowers and grasses beyond seem to shimmer and dance even when they stood perfectly still. This effect was particularly pronounced in late afternoon when the sun's rays came through at a low angle, turning the window into something almost translucent, almost glowing. The other upstairs bedroom had become home to a colony of bats. They had discovered the holes in the plaster, the gaps behind the peeling wallpaper, and had made their way into the wall cavities. During the day they hung there, sleeping, dozens of them clustered together. At dusk they would emerge, squeezing out through the openings, taking flight into the dimming sky to hunt insects. They flew with erratic movements, zigzagging, their navigation so precise it seemed impossible, catching moths and mosquitoes and beetles on the wing. The days developed a rhythm that varied little. Morning coolness giving way to building heat. Midday silence and stillness. Late afternoon waiting. Then the gradual arrival of evening, which came as relief, as release. The temperature would drop slowly at first, then more noticeably once the sun touched the horizon. The air would begin to move, creating breezes that rustled the meadow grasses, that stirred the curtains in the farmhouse window, that brought the scent of growing things and warm earth. Thunderstorms came sometimes in summer, building during the afternoon, their clouds piling higher and higher into towering structures that could be seen for miles. The sky would darken, taking on a greenish or yellowish tint. The wind would pick up, moving through the farm with increasing force, making the trees bend and sway, making the barn doors creak on their hinges, making the loose shingles on the farmhouse roof clatter. When the storms arrived, they came with drama. Rain fell in sheets, driven sideways by wind, drumming against the buildings, soaking into the parched earth. Lightning flashed, illuminating everything for an instant. The meadow, the house, the barn, the trees, freezing them in that moment of brightness before darkness returned. Thunder followed, sometimes immediately, sometimes after a delay, rolling across the valley, echoing off the hills. During these storms, water poured through every gap in the farmhouse roof. It ran down walls, pooled on floors, dripped from ceiling beams. The sound of it was everywhere, overwhelming the thunder, creating its own rhythm. The morning glories in the kitchen received so much water that their leaves trembled under the weight of it. The puddles on the porch overflowed, becoming small streams that cascaded off the edge, washing away accumulated dust and debris. The storms passed, usually within an hour or two, moving on to other places, other valleys. Behind them, they left freshness, coolness, the scent of rain in. The days developed a rhythm that varied little. Morning coolness giving way to building heat. Midday silence and stillness. Late afternoon waiting. Then the gradual arrival of evening, which came as relief, as release. The temperature would drop slowly at first, then more noticeably once the sun touched the horizon. The air would begin to move, creating breezes that rustled the meadow grasses, that stirred the curtains in the farmhouse window, that brought the scent of growing things and warm earth. Thunderstorms came sometimes in summer, building during the afternoon, their clouds piling higher and higher into towering structures that could be seen for miles. The sky would darken, taking on a greenish or yellowish tint. The wind would pick up, moving through the farm with increasing force, making the trees bend and sway, making the barn doors creak on their hinges, making the loose shingles on the farmhouse roof clatter. When the storms arrived, they came with drama. Rain fell in sheets, driven sideways by wind, drumming against the buildings, soaking into the parched earth. Lightning flashed, illuminating everything for an instant. The meadow, the house, the barn, the trees, freezing them in that moment of brightness before darkness returned. Thunder followed, sometimes immediately, sometimes after a delay, rolling across the valley, echoing off the hills. The property's boundaries became even less distinct. The fence posts that still stood were now partially hidden by vegetation. Vines had climbed them, wrapping around them, using them as support. In some places, the fence line could be determined only by a subtle change in the type of plants growing there. Different species had established themselves along the old boundary, creating a living marker that was slowly dissolving back into uniformity with the surrounding land. At the back of the property, where the farm met the woods, the transition was nearly complete. Young trees had pushed into what had once been open field, and over the years they had grown substantial, creating a ragged tree line that advanced a little each year. These trees, mostly poplars and maples, provided habitat for different birds, different insects, different fungi than the meadow did. They were slowly transforming the farm back into forest, one seedling at a time. The farm's outbuildings showed the effects of summer weather. The chicken coop leaned further, its wire mesh walls sagging, torn in more places. The smokehouse door had finally fallen from its last hinge and lay on the ground, partially buried in weeds. The tool shed's roof had developed a significant sag in the middle, threatening eventual collapse. Each structure aged at its own pace, determined by its original construction, by what materials it was made from, by what forces acted upon it most directly. Evening arrived as it always did, bringing gradual relief from heat. The sky's color shifted from blue to orange to pink to purple, and the first stars became visible. The fireflies emerged again, blinking in the meadow, creating their silent display. Crickets began their singing, a sound that would continue all night, rhythmic and constant. Frogs called from the creek, a chorus that rose and fell, individuals occasionally distinguishing themselves with louder or more insistent voices before blending back into the group. The farmhouse released the heat it had absorbed during the day. The wood contracted, making small sounds, creaks and pops in size. The rooms cooled slowly, becoming more comfortable, though they never became truly cold even on the coolest summer nights. The bats left their roost in the upstairs bedroom, squeezing out through the holes in the walls, taking flight into the insect-rich evening air, hunting, feeding, fulfilling their role in the farm's ecosystem. The barn became quiet. The swallows settled into their nests, their chirping diminishing, then stopping as sleep took them. The raccoons emerged from their den in the stall, cautiously at first, sniffing the air, listening for danger, then moving with more confidence into the night. They would forage along the creek, catching crayfish, eating frogs, gathering whatever food they could find, storing fat against the lean times that would eventually come. Night deepened. The moon rose, if it was a phase when the moon rose, casting silver light across the meadow, making the farmhouse's weathered walls look ghostly and pale. Or if there was no moon, the darkness became more complete, broken only by stars, by the fireflies, by the occasional pair of eyes reflecting light from some nocturnal animal. The farm existed in this darkness just as it existed in daylight, just as alive, just as full of activity, but quieter, more secretive, harder to know. And in this way, summer continued, day after day of heat and growth, of slow change, of life happening in countless small ways. The farm had no awareness of time passing, no sense that these long days would eventually end, that another season would follow. It simply existed, moment by moment, responding to sun and rain, to heat and wind, being what it was, becoming what it would be, patient and indifferent and endlessly present. Chapter 4. When colors changed and fell. The change came gradually, so gradually that no single day could be identified as the day when summer ended and autumn began. But the signs appeared, accumulating, until it became clear that something had shifted. The light changed first, becoming less harsh, more golden, as the sun's angle lowered with each passing day. Morning came later, and evening arrived earlier, the days shrinking at both ends, as if being slowly compressed. The meadow grasses began to turn color, not all at once, but species by species, the green fading to yellow, to tan, to brown. The wildflowers that had bloomed through summer now stood as dried stalks with seed heads that rattled in the wind. Birds gathered at these seed heads, pulling them apart, eating what they could, scattering the rest. This was the meadow's gift to itself. These scattered seeds would wait through winter and germinate in spring, ensuring continuation. The trees showed change in their own time. The willows by the creek turned yellow gradually, their leaves losing chlorophyll, revealing the pigments that had been present all along but hidden. The oaks were slower, more reluctant, holding on to green longer than other trees, but eventually they too began to shift, their leaves taking on bronze and brown tones. The maples at the edge of the property blazed with red and orange, spectacular in their dying, beautiful in their letting go. The farmhouse stood in this changing landscape, unchanged itself except in subtle ways. The ivy on its walls began to turn red in places, particularly on the south side where sun hit most directly. The morning glories that had climbed through the kitchen windows stopped blooming, their flowers replaced by small seed pods that would eventually dry and split open, spilling black seeds onto the counter, onto the floor, where they would wait for conditions that would never allow them to grow. Inside, the quality of light changed. The sun, lower in the sky now, penetrated deeper into rooms, reaching corners that had been shadowed all summer. The dust motes that drifted in these beams seemed more visible somehow, perhaps just because the light was different, softer, more forgiving. The rooms felt larger in autumn light, or perhaps just different, as if they had become versions of themselves that existed only in this season. The days grew cooler. Morning air had a bite to it now, a freshness that verged on cold. Frost appeared on some mornings, not heavy but enough to whiten the meadow grasses, to outline each blade and stem in crystalline white. This frost would melt as the sun rose, turning to dew, then evaporating completely, but its appearance marked a threshold crossed, a point beyond which summer could not return. Birds began to gather, preparing for migration. They flocked together in the meadow, in the trees, calling to each other, restless with the urge to move south. The swallows left first, one morning simply gone, their nests under the barn eaves empty, abandoned. Other birds followed over the coming weeks. Warblers, thrushes, grosbeaks. They departed in waves, invisible to the casual eye, but dramatic in their cumulative effect. The farm became quieter. Some birds remained, year-round residents that would weather the winter here. Chickadees and nuthatches, crows and jays, cardinals and woodpeckers. These birds changed their behavior as autumn progressed, becoming more active, more focused on finding and storing food. They cached seeds in bark crevices, in holes in trees, in the ground, creating thousands of small food stores they would raid during the lean months ahead. The creek's water grew colder, fed now entirely by springs. The fish that lived in the creek moved less, conserving energy, settling into the deepest pools. Leaves began to fall. At first, just a few scattered drops of color against the green meadow. Then more, then many more, until on some days the air seemed full of falling leaves, spiraling down, caught by wind, landing wherever they landed. They accumulated on the ground, on the farmhouse porch, in the barn doorway, along the creek bank. They covered the paths that had once existed, burying them deeper under the weight of years and seasons. The farmhouse porch collected leaves in its corners, between the rocking chairs. The leaves were brown and gold and red, dry and papery, rustling when wind moved through them. In the barn, the loft hay continued its slow decomposition. Mice nested in it, bringing in more leaves from outside, creating warm chambers where they would raise their final litters before winter. The barn swallows were gone, but other creatures moved in. A family of barn owls took up residence in the rafters, their presence revealed by the pellets they regurgitated below their perching spots, gray compact masses of fur and bone from the rodents they caught and ate. The raccoons in the barn grew fatter, eating intensively, building reserves for winter. They ranged farther at night now, traveling beyond the farm to neighboring properties, to the woods, to wherever food could be found. They ate everything: insects, fruits, nuts, small animals, eggs from late nesting birds. Their tracks appeared in the soft mud along the creek bank, small hand-like prints heading in all directions. evidence of their thorough foraging. The vegetables garden that was no longer a garden showed signs of autumn too. The plants there, no different from those in the rest of the meadow, turned golden and brown. Goldenrod bloomed late, adding splashes of yellow. Asters appeared, purple and white, the last flowers before frost would kill everything tender. Bees, fewer now, visited these final blooms, working them thoroughly, knowing at some instinctual level that time was running short. Days shortened noticeably. The sun rose later each morning, and the golden light that had characterized early autumn gradually shifted towards something more muted, more gray. Clouds appeared more frequently, low clouds that moved across the sky with purpose, bringing rain that was colder than summer rain, that fell harder, that sometimes mixed with sleet that clattered against the farmhouse windows and bounced off the barn roof. These autumn rains were different from summer storms. They lacked the drama of lightning and thunder, arriving instead as steady precipitation that could last for days. The farm became sodden, the ground saturated. The farmhouse absorbed this moisture. The wood swelled, the walls darkened. Mold spread in shadowed corners, behind the peeling wallpaper in the upstairs bedroom. Animals prepared for winter in their various ways. Squirrels gathered acorns from the oak trees, carrying them away to hide in dozens of locations, more than they would ever find again. The ones they didn't find would germinate in spring, growing into oak seedlings, ensuring the forest's continuation. Chipmunks filled their burrows with seeds and nuts, creating stores they would access periodically during the cold months. Even the insects prepared, though less visibly, laying eggs that would survive freezing, finding crevices where they could hibernate, or simply dying after ensuring the next generation's existence. The ivy on the farmhouse walls prepared for winter too, though its preparation was less obvious. The leaves would stay green longer than deciduous plants, but eventually they would darken, would lose their vigor, would hang dormant until warmth returned. The vines themselves would remain, their grip on the walls undiminished, weathering whatever cold came, waiting patiently for conditions that would allow growth to resume. Evening came earlier now, darkness arriving in mid-afternoon, it seemed, though actually it was just that the days had shortened so much. The transition from day to night became more abrupt, less of the long twilight that had characterized summer. The fireflies were gone, their season ended. But other things took their place. The hooting of owls became more frequent, louder, as they established territories and sought mates. The coyotes that lived in the woods beyond the farm called more often too, their yipping and howling carrying across the valley on clear nights. The stars seemed brighter in autumn, perhaps because the air was clearer, perhaps because there was less moisture in the atmosphere, perhaps simply because the nights were longer and darker. The Milky Way stretched overhead when clouds permitted, a river of light against blackness. The farmhouse sat beneath this display, unaware, unchanging, simply being what it was, a structure slowly returning to the earth, marked by time, shaped by weather, home to whatever creatures found it useful. As autumn progressed, the transformation of the landscape accelerated. More leaves fell, the trees becoming increasingly bare, their architecture revealed. The reaching branches, the sturdy trunks, the complex network of limbs that had been hidden by foliage. These bare trees changed the character of the farm, opening up views that had been obscured, making it possible to see farther, to perceive the land's underlying structure more clearly. The meadow flattened as the vegetation died back. What had been waist-high in summer now stood knee-high or lower, the stems broken by wind and rain, beaten down by their own weight. Walking through the meadow, had anyone walked through it, would have been easier now, though wetter, the ground soft and yielding underfoot. The insects were mostly gone, some dead, some hibernating, some in egg form waiting for spring. The silence they left was profound. The farm settled into the approaching winter with something that might be called resignation if buildings and land could feel such things. But they couldn't, so it was simply change, simply the continuation of patterns that had repeated for years, that would repeat for years to come. The colors faded from the landscape, browns and grays dominating now, with occasional splashes of green from the pines in the distance, from the ivy on the farmhouse walls. The whole scene became more subdued, quieter, as if the farm were drawing inward, conserving its energy for the cold months ahead. And autumn moved toward its end, not dramatically, but incrementally, each day a little colder than the last, a little shorter, a little darker. The farm made no preparations for this transition because it didn't need to prepare. It would simply continue existing, would endure whatever came, would be present through the cold and snow and wind, would emerge on the other side when warmth returned, unchanged in its essential nature, still standing, still slowly transforming, still cycling through the seasons that shaped it and that it shaped in turn. Chapter 5. The Stillness at the Heart of Things. Winter came finally, settling over the farm like a held breath. Snow fell one afternoon in early December, small flakes at first, then larger ones, accumulating on the ground, on the farmhouse roof, on the bare branches of trees. It fell silently, muffling what few sounds existed, creating a landscape that seemed to exist outside of time. By morning, several inches covered everything, smoothing the rough edges of the world, making the farm look simple and clean and new. The farmhouse stood in this snow as it had stood in rain, in heat, in wind. The white covered the porch, drifted against the walls, lay heavy on the sagging roof. The tracks of small animals appeared in the snow around the foundation, mice venturing out briefly before returning to the warmth of the walls, a rabbit passing through on its way to somewhere else, a fox investigating, nose down, following some scent. These tracks told stories for those who could read them, but there was no one to read them, and new snow eventually covered them over. Inside, the farmhouse was cold. The air had the sharp, still quality of winter air, and frost formed on the walls in places where moisture had condensed. The dust motes that had floated so visibly in summer's light were less apparent now, the winter sun providing weaker illumination through windows that were beginning to ice over. The rooms felt smaller somehow, compressed by the cold, though their dimensions hadn't changed. The kitchen's morning glories had died completely, the cold finally too much for them. Their dried vines still climbed the wall, brittle and brown, but the leaves were gone, fallen away, leaving only stems and the memory of summer growth. The rust stain in the sink stood out starkly against the white enamel, darker now, more prominent. Ice formed in the sink basin when temperatures dropped low enough, creating a smooth, clear surface that reflected what little light entered through the window. The upstairs bedrooms were particularly cold. Heat, what little existed, stayed on the lower floor. The bedroom with the dirty window looked out over a transformed landscape. The meadow was white now, the wildflower stems poking through the snow like thin brown fingers. The trees beyond stood bare and stark, their branches holding snow that wind occasionally dislodged, sending it cascading down in small avalanches. The view through the dirty window was softer than ever, the glasses accumulated grime blending with the snow outside to create something dreamlike and pale. In the other upstairs bedroom, the bats were gone, migrated to caves where they would hibernate in clusters, their body temperatures dropping, their metabolism slowing to near nothing. The holes in the plaster remained, cold air flowing through them from the wall cavities, creating subtle currents that moved the strips of peeling wallpaper slightly, giving them a semblance of life. The room was otherwise still, waiting, as everything waited, for the season to pass. The barn fared better than the house in some ways. Though cold, it had the old hay in the loft that provided insulation, and the animals that sheltered there. The mice, the owls, provided warmth through their body heat and their presence. The owls hunted less frequently in winter, conserving energy, but they still hunted, still needed to eat. They would sit in the rafters during the day, nearly invisible against the wooden beams, their feathers fluffed for warmth, their eyes closed but not sleeping, always aware. The raccoons in the barn emerged less often now. They didn't truly hibernate, but entered a state of torpor during the coldest periods, sleeping for days or weeks, living off their fat reserves. When they did emerge, it was usually during warmer spells, brief periods when temperature rose above freezing and made foraging possible. They left tracks in the snow leading from the barn to the creek and back, their hand-like prints clear and distinct. The creek continued to flow, though more slowly now, and ice advanced from both banks, narrowing the channel. In the coldest parts of winter, only a small strip of open water would remain in the center, dark and swift, the last holdout against the freeze. Steam rose from this open water on the coldest mornings, visible against the snow-covered banks, a sign that somewhere beneath the frozen surface, warmth still existed, life still continued. Snow came and went through winter. Some storms brought only an inch or two, others brought a foot or more. Between storms, the sun would emerge, brilliant against the white landscape, making everything glitter and sparkle. The snow on the farmhouse roof would begin to melt on these sunny days, dripping from the eaves, creating icicles that grew longer each day until their own weight caused them to fall, shattering on the porch below. The porch accumulated broken ice, snow, and frozen leaves. The rocking chairs disappeared under drifts during heavy snows, only their backs visible above the white. The warped floorboards were hidden completely, the puddles that had existed there now frozen solid, expanded, creating pressure that pushed at the wood, that widened cracks, that contributed to the porch's slow degradation. Winter was hard on structures, harder perhaps than any other season, the freeze-thaw cycles breaking things down more effectively than heat or wind. Days were short now, the shortest of the year. The sun rose late and set early, never climbing high into the sky, providing light but little warmth. Shadows stretched long across the snow, blue against white, cold-looking and cold-feeling. The farm seemed almost abandoned, almost empty, though it was neither. Life continued, just more quietly, more slowly, conserved against the cold. Birds that remained through winter visited the farm daily. Chickadees flitted through the bare branches, calling to each other in their clear voices. Nuthatches walked head down along tree trunks, probing bark for hibernating insects. A pair of cardinals, bright red against the snow, visited regularly, the male brilliant, the female more subdued but no less beautiful. They found seeds in the meadow, in the barn, wherever seeds existed, and they survived. The trees stood bare and still, without leaves to move in the wind. They seemed almost frozen themselves, though they were alive, dormant but alive. Sap had descended from their branches, returning to their roots, and all growth had ceased. They would stand this way for months, waiting for warmth, for longer days, for the signal that it was time to wake and begin again. Some trees would not survive winter. The old, the sick, the damaged, but most would, and they would leaf out again when spring came. The farm's outbuildings slowly disappeared under snow and ice. The chicken coop leaned further, the weight of snow on its roof contributing to its decline. The tool shed's sagging roof collected snow in its depression, creating a load that the structure could barely support. It groaned sometimes, the wood creaking under the weight, but it held, at least for now. How much longer it would hold was uncertain, but it had held this long, and perhaps it would hold a while longer. At night, the temperature dropped further. The cold was absolute, profound, the kind of cold that made trees crack with loud reports as their sap froze and expanded. The stars wheeled overhead, brilliant and distant, providing no warmth, only light. The moon, when it appeared, turned the snow-covered landscape silver, making shadows stark and sharp, making the farmhouse seem even more ghostly and ethereal than it appeared by day. Coyotes called sometimes on these cold nights, their voices carrying far in the still air. They hunted along the edges of the farm, in the woods, wherever prey might be found. Their tracks would appear in the snow by morning, weaving between trees, circling the barn, investigating the farmhouse foundation, always searching. They rarely found much. Most animals stayed hidden, conserved their energy, but the coyotes persisted because they had to, because survival required constant effort. Inside the farmhouse, the silence was nearly complete. No insects buzzed, no mice scratched in the walls. They had retreated deep into the structure's core where it was warmest. The only sounds were the ones the house made itself. The creaking of wood as it contracted in the cold, the occasional groan of a beam, the whisper of wind finding its way through cracks. These sounds were subtle, barely audible, but they were constant, a reminder that nothing was truly still, that everything was always in motion, always changing, even when it appeared frozen in time. The ivy on the walls had darkened, its leaves turned burgundy and brown, but it clung to the house as tenaciously as ever. Ice formed on the vines sometimes, encasing them in crystal, making them sparkle in sunlight. But the ice didn't kill them. The vines were dormant, waiting, their root systems still drawing moisture from the ground, still holding on, still slowly working their way deeper into the gaps between boards, widening cracks, contributing to the house's ongoing transformation. Winter solstice came and went, unmarked except by the slow turning of the earth, by the beginning of days lengthening, though the lengthening was so gradual as to be imperceptible. The coldest days still lay ahead, January and February bringing temperatures that dropped below zero, that froze the creek nearly solid, that created ice thick enough on the ponds beyond the farm to support the weight of deer crossing from one side to another. During these coldest times, the farm seemed to pause, to hold itself in suspension. Nothing grew, little moved, and the silence was profound. It was easy to imagine that time itself had stopped, that winter would last forever, that warmth was a dream that had never actually existed. But this was illusion. Time continued its steady march, and winter, like all seasons, would pass. Occasionally, a warm spell would arrive, bringing temperatures above freezing for a day or two. The snow would soften, would begin to melt, dripping from the farmhouse eaves, running in small rivulets across the porch, soaking into the ground. The icicles would thin and fall. The meadow would emerge partially from its white covering, brown grasses visible again, flattened and matted from the snow's weight. These warm spells never lasted long, and new cold would arrive, new snow, covering everything over again. The barn owls continued their hunting through all of this, largely unaffected by temperature or snow. They caught mice that ventured out, caught voles under the snow, caught rabbits at the wood's edge. They regurgitated their pellets beneath their roost, and these pellets accumulated, creating a pile of gray matter full of tiny bones and fur. This pile would remain through winter, a record of the owl's hunting success, a marker of survival in a time when survival was difficult. The farm existed in winter's grip, patient, enduring, waiting for the change that would eventually come. There was no struggle in this waiting, no sense of hardship, because buildings and land do not struggle or feel hardship. They simply are, existing in whatever conditions present themselves, shaped by those conditions, but not overcome by them. The farmhouse had stood through many winters, and it would stand through many more, each winter wearing it down a little, but never quickly, never dramatically, just steadily, inexorably, in keeping with time's patient work. Late winter brought the coldest temperatures, but it also brought increasing light. The days grew longer, minute by minute, and though the temperature didn't yet reflect it, the quality of light began to change. It became clearer, sharper, with less of the gray muddiness that had characterized early winter. The sun, though still low, provided slightly more warmth at midday, enough to melt south-facing snow, to create drips from the farmhouse eaves even on cold days. The snow developed a crust, freezing at night, softening slightly in the day, creating a surface that could sometimes support weight. Small animals could walk on top of this crust rather than plowing through the snow beneath, and their tracks changed accordingly, lighter prints, more widely spaced, the signature of movement across a surface rather than through it. The farm's landscape became a palimpsest of these tracks, layers of stories written and overwritten, readable for those with the knowledge to interpret them. As February progressed, subtle signs of change appeared. The chickadees that visited the farm began to sing more frequently, not just their contact calls, but their courtship songs, clear whistles that carried through the cold air. The angle of the light shifted perceptibly, the sun rising a bit more to the north, setting a bit more to the north, describing a different arc across the sky. The quality of the cold changed too, becoming less absolute, less deadly, though still cold enough to kill anything unprepared. But winter was not finished. It held on, as it always held on, reluctant to yield to what came next. More snow fell. More cold nights arrived. The creek remained mostly frozen. The meadow stayed white. The farmhouse stood in its winter configuration, cold and still and waiting. Time passed, unmeasured, unmarked, simply passing as it always did, steadily, unstoppably, carrying everything forward whether anything wanted to move forward or not. And night, as it always did, covered everything quietly, spread its darkness across the snow-covered fields, across the weathered farmhouse, across the leaning barn, across the frozen creek and the bare trees and the sleeping earth. It covered them all, gently, softly, without judgment or meaning, just the natural darkness that comes when light fades, the darkness that is as much a part of existence as light, as necessary, as permanent, as the slow turning of seasons, as the patient work of time, as the quiet persistence of life waiting beneath winter's frozen surface for the inevitable return of warmth and growth, and the continuation of patterns that are older than memory and will continue long after memory fades. The farm rested in this darkness, and the darkness continued its ancient work, and everything was as it should be, as it had always been, as it would always be. And in this way, time moved forward quietly, without announcement, carrying the farm through winter toward whatever came next, patient and unstoppable and eternal, like the creek beneath its ice, like the roots beneath the frozen ground, like everything that waits in silence for its season to come around again.